Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, I think it's Friday. Today, we're going to be working... Hang on a second. There we go. Today, we're going to be working on some more... Well, we will be working on Insignia Dev, I think, but I kind of just want to, like, brainstorm a few things with you for the weekend. I'm putting together a YouTube video, I think, maybe, we'll see if it's worth it, on some, like, you know, game dev related stuff. I want to do like a bit of a tutorial series, maybe, just because I think it would be valuable, but we'll talk about it in a little bit. I was going to stream early today. Yeah, sorry about the scheduling confusion. Basically, I was going to stream a little earlier so that I could catch Thor on his way out. Basically introduce a bunch more people to Insignia and to Indie Tales. But he's not streaming today because he is going to the Streamer Awards. So he's doing other stuff. So yeah, it's all good. I will catch him another day, but I will do that. I will do an early stream next week sometime. Okay, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube, and a big thank you to Irene G for the most recent follow and Bubblegum Witch for the most recent subscription. I think that's correct. Yes. Wait, that's 2 days ago? Nobody subscribed in the last 2 days? That can't be right. What can I say? I'll just, we'll see. If someone else subscribes, we'll see it. Okay. So, let's just quickly talk about kind of what I want to do today. Yeah, so the YouTube stream, that's another thing that I was sort of considering not doing anymore. I kind of... Is this something I can show you guys? I don't know. It's maybe a little bit inside baseball, a little bit how the sausage is made. But how they make the sausages inside baseball. Hey, Eyes, thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I mean, I just was saying I think that the notifications might be a bit outdated, but thank you. Thank you so much, Eyes. So, let me just... For those of you who don't know, basically, since I've started streaming, you can track your analytics for subscriptions, and you can also track them for unsubscriptions. So when people unsubscribe from you on YouTube, and I was noticing like a pretty alarming trend of the unsubscription events going up, specifically on weekdays, like doubling basically. So like people just not wanting to see the stream, and then I basically. That was sort of, it started quite high and then it started dipping a little bit. So it's like every week it would still be higher in the background, but maybe a little lower than the previous week. Now it's kind of settled at the same amount of unsubs, but I'm also noticing when I track that against subscription events, they both rise at the same time. So people are finding me on YouTube through my submissions and they are subscribing at a rate that's maybe a little lower than the unsub rate, but it's, you know, it's not just like, oh no, everyone's unsubscribing. It's like some people are finding the channel, some people are leaving the channel. There's a bit of, you know, exchange there. So it's not something where I'm prepared to just say, okay, let's throw out YouTube. It's more like, we'll see how things go. And just watch the space continue. Okay. So, at the moment, I'm keeping YouTube around. I think it's, you know, it's worth doing. Let me just fix one little thing. There's a little light. One second. Just a bit of light being cast. in my room. Getting a weird shadow on me. Okay, that's better. All right, we're back. Much better. Yeah. So for now, we'll keep it around. I mean, I was already keeping it around for a little bit. So we'll just see how things develop, and you know, take it from there. So today, well, let me give you guys another kind of an update. Hey, Fran, thank you so much for the resub as well. Thank you. So, in other related news, as you know, I've been kind of being very, hang on a second. There we go. I've been trying really hard this week to sort of like get on my game a little bit, and just make sure that I'm doing things, you know, as optimally as I can, trying to be as productive as possible, and just like not miss out on opportunities. Mostly because I've put myself in a position this year where I have to rely on the income from streaming and YouTube as my sole source of income. That's kind of like the position that I put myself in this year on purpose. So I had opportunities to do some UX contracting in the past, even like a couple of months ago or less than a month ago. But like, I really don't want to hedge my time anymore outside of game dev content, particularly Insignia content. But if I can do game dev content, that's better to me than UX content. That's not even content, just like UX work separately from my content stuff. So what that means is that things have been a little tighter for me. My tax from last year was, I will go back to full screen. My tax from last year was calculated based on my income that I earned while doing like a lot of UX contract work, like 6 months of it, like 2 years ago. And so that tax, which is being calculated until this financial year ends in June, is like probably a lot more tax than I should be paying. And I probably will get money back in June, at the end of June, but I still have to pay it in the meantime until I report my earnings. So I'm getting charged a lot in tax, much more, like a fair amount every quarter at the moment. So that's been a bit, ugh. And then at the same time, I recently switched. So ahead of this grant funding opportunity, I basically switched all of my my personal income from a sole trader, so working as an individual, to setting up a company. So in order to receive that grant funding, I need a company, and I set one up at the end of last year. And I've just this week started putting myself on the payroll for that company. And that process is not cheap either. So like being an employee of a company means you have to set yourself, well, in my case, I've set myself a wage, and that wage needs to be, well, in order to have it work, you need to pay yourself a wage that's less than the income of the company, at least. So that I can afford to pay myself from the company. So just like all of that has meant that like my access to my, I guess, revenue and funds has been like a little shaky at the start of this year. But the positive from that is it's made me like very hungry. Like I am like waking up and I'm like, okay, what do I have to do today? I've been keeping myself super busy. So I have resolved that I want to make a video this weekend, or start considering making videos on the weekends about game development more than just pixel art, or not just pixel art tutorials, but game dev tutorials. I think I can commit back to like a one a week schedule, and I know that that's a topic that does quite well. And so I anticipate those videos will do quite well. And if I really just put my head down, I think I can work on Insignia and work on these YouTube videos over the weekend. I think I can do that. I just need to like really put the time aside to do it. So that's me. I'm just gonna like 10x myself for the next 2 months until this grant funding comes through. So there are a few things that we can cover today in service of these goals. We can work on Insignia today, and we can get the first kind of like play testing for the feature test. So for the ensign system, we can get that in your hands, or we can do a bit of pitch deck work. So figuring out a bit more about how we're going to kind of pitch the game in the government grant application, or we can draft up some of these videos that we might do on YouTube for game development. So I might get your opinions on kind of what you would find valuable, how we might do that first video and maybe what the series could look like. So those are our options today. As far as what I want to do, might be nice to just do a little bit of thinking on the YouTube series, just so that I'm able to just have it be like, what's the word? Put it out of my head a little bit. So these would be, let's talk about it. Let's just break it down really quickly. I'm not going to spend too much time on this today, but I think it would be a good idea to just like jump into it. Game development YouTube series. Okay. So we're not going to spend too long. I just want to structure my thoughts. So why? Continue to build the channel, generate revenue in the short term, and long-term growth, generate revenue in the short term. What? So videos that are likely to be seen as valuable by a large swathe of my existing audience and new audience. So these are most likely going to be beginner focused. They're probably going to cover I think things that would be beginner focused that apply to what I do would be something like intro to programming, which I've covered on stream before, like that I've got a plan for how I would do that. Intro to specific game engines. And actually, I have I'm currently being pursued by Game Maker to produce a video covering Game Maker. They are about to make an offer to sponsor a video. So this would fit into that quite well. So I could do like an intro video into like Unity, Godot, Game Maker, potentially, and one of those at least would be sponsored. So beginner focused, intro to programming could be good. Intro to specific game engines, Unity, Godot, Game Maker. There's also intro to game development. I feel like this is a different thing from game engines. And it's something like how to what's the word? You should make an updated tile tutorial. I have made an updated tile tutorial. There's one that's current on the channel. I get asked to do that a lot. Is it about the same? Snowlith, are you asking me this every week? I've got so many tile tutorials on my YouTube channel. It's probably the subject that I've covered the most amount of times on my channel. There's a video with like 150k views on it from the last year and a half that covers how tiled works with the modern, since, oh what, tiled, is it 1.9 or version 19? I don't know what it is, but their current system, I have a tutorial for. And you were speaking about showing off an early version of your game. How do you know what kind of feedback to take in and what not to take in? I'll get to that in a second. So, intro to game development, how to approach making a game. I think this is the niche that I don't think is filled yet. Where it's like engine independent. I think what would be valuable if I could frame it in a way that works, and I don't know how I would do this, but I think it would be worth trying to do, is making a video that talks about the approach that I take to making a game, regardless of the engine, or how you would go about being project driven in learning an engine. So you pick a game you want to make, and then you start making it. And it doesn't matter which engine you pick, there are things that you need to build and things you need to learn. And it might just be helpful to start outlining those things, like principles of game development almost. And part of this might be things like game development paradigms. So like inheritance versus composition kind of thing. So like, or like game managers, or like singletons, object pooling, procedural design techniques, databases and data sets, data, like, what do you call these? Collections? No, data structures. So it's almost like the advanced part of an intro to programming course, but with games as a specific thing, and not just programming concepts, but game development concepts and how programming feeds into those. So not just paradigms, but like useful game development techniques. Yeah. These are just ideas, and this doesn't necessarily, these bullet points aren't necessarily videos, they're more just things that you would cover in the videos. So I think we've already discussed that like a project-based video series would be really, really useful. So also then there is how to build genre. So like your first platformer, your first RPG, your first visual novel, your first what else? I don't really do 3D games, so I probably couldn't do one on shooters, but I mean, I could do one on shooters, but it wouldn't be coming from a place of experience. It would be coming from a place of intuition. So we'll see. Hey, May Silva? Mike Silva? Sorry for butchering your name. Thank you for the follow. And God Mobile Cod, thank you for the follow. Puzzle, it's not really like a game genre, but it might be something worth covering. No, not Metroidvania, not roguelike. I think it needs to be simpler than that. Like maybe even like... It's more about like the kinds of... I mean, rhythm, we could do rhythm. But I probably wouldn't jump into that. Like tactics... Or like grid-based. I don't know how to explain that. So it's really just covering like, I guess what these would cover. Covers basic level structures or like basic scene structure, core components, design ideas, or like mechanics, asset creation, maybe. So like when we talk about like a rhythm game, like maybe I could build a template rhythm game, or I could build definitely like a template like tactics game, and then it would be covering the ideas behind this. So like, for example, with a platformer, it would be, you know, it would be player controller, collisions with walls, terrain, tile system, collectibles, HP, you know, or lives, you know, that's, oh yeah, level transitions. Those are like super obvious things you would put in a platformer. So if you made a video covering this stuff, at the end of it, the viewer has a platformer that they could then make their own. So this would be something more like turn-based RPG. It's more like, maybe it's like top-down. Top-down game. But see, then like level transitions is kind of like a global thing for some of this stuff. Top-down. Grid-based game. Let's call it like top-down RPG. So they're like grid, movement. It's the same thing, right? Collisions, tiles, collectibles. Oh, this is pretty similar. Transitions. But then maybe I don't... Maybe we make it like a tactics RPG then. And then instead we can do A-Star. Turns. Moves. Abilities. XP. Leveling. That feels better to me. Well, this is the thing. I know that we live in a world where there are like at least two engines that are vying for people's attention that are all free. I mean, Game Maker, Godot, and Unity all have free tiers that you can use. That I don't really want to. It's a shame because you want to make these videos in a way where people could just follow along, but you also don't want to exclude whole chunks of an engine's audience. So I don't think that it would be very feasible to have this be engine agnostic. I feel like you have to go into specifics. And I think it would be kind of weird to have, even if you try to be agnostic, like you explain the concepts generally, and then go, in Unity, do this. In Godot, do this. In Game Maker, do this. That feels weird too. That feels like it's for nobody, you know? Because everyone has to watch 2/3 of explanations that aren't for them. Unreal does, but Unreal is a 3D game engine. And I'm not... These concepts would be for pixel style games. Because my channel's based on pixel art at the moment. So let me break these out. Yeah, it's, you know, I experience this challenge is something that I am always struggling against, whether it's in my game or outside of my game, just in design as a UX designer, as a person. I do this thing where I really try to make everybody happy. I try to solve all of the problems, you know? And sometimes you just can't do that. And you end up helping nobody if you try to help everybody. That is something that that is something that I'm super guilty of. Just trying to please too many masters at once. So with this, I'd be looking to avoid that. Given that I'm just liable to making that kind of mistake. Which doesn't mean that I don't try to do it. It just means that I try to do it less than I normally would. Yeah. So like, you know, the content of the videos, you know, if... I don't know. I don't know how I would structure them to do the jobs that I want them to do in a way that's good. Even this, like a platformer, because the thing that I think would be good, the best, like some of the values that I have, for the videos, I want them to be as useful / valuable to users, to viewers, as possible, for the time I spend making them. So to do that, it would be something like, I really want for them to be a bit like teach a man to fish. So like helps the viewer understand more than just what I'm telling them. Empowering the viewer to make something original. So not just following along the steps toward. So then, yeah, I want to be inclusive as possible. to different engines' audiences, but also not dilute the content trying to serve too many masters. This is Figma. It's really good. It's just like a UI design application, but it's great for organizing thoughts like this. So for me, like, if I do a platformer, yeah, it is hard to accomplish what I want, but it's not impossible. I don't think it's not possible. I just think it's something that I'm gonna have to be quite careful with how I structure this stuff. So like, you know, if we think about a player controller, how much of that is engine specific and how much isn't, right? Like if we're building a player controller for Unity or Godot, the concepts of having like a sensor or even state machine, the state machine is almost agnostic. Like I've built the same state machine in both Unity and Godot, and the ideas behind it are the same. The issue is that I think people who are beginners won't understand the abstractions. If I say, make a class that does this, and then inherit from that class with different states, and each state should have X, Y, Z, and we do this to avoid this. Like if I go into that detail, I just don't know if beginners will really understand it. And I think the level of depth I'd have to cover to get them up to speed means that they would have to watch a lot of prerequisite videos in order to catch that. So that's the other thing, is that, I want them to be, should be more or less standalone, not require too much. I mean, not necessarily. Do they need to be standalone? This is the difference between like a course and a series, you know? Hey, Vorpal, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Yeah, like a course, you start at video 1 and you watch all the videos. So by the time I get to something about state machines, I know you've watched the intro to programming. I know you know what a class is. That, I don't think that I can... Did I miss your sub? Oh, Rolkus, thank you so much for the sub. Sorry about that. Thank you. 13 minutes ago. Gee, I've been focused, haven't I? I don't know why my subs, my text files aren't updating, but that's life. We'll have to do that another time. Unless this will do it, but I don't think it will. Oh, it actually does work. God. Okay, Streamlabs OBS has this thing. They used to have this app called Stream Labels. Stream Labels has broken for me. I don't know why it does this, but it does this now. There's no UI for it. But it's the only thing that updates the text files for my most recent subscriber and stuff, because I don't have an API yet that I use to do that. So I have the web version of this is now, there's like a website that shows what used to be on here, but I need to also keep this open so that the text files get updated, because it's still capturing the events. It's just not showing the UI. Ugh. All right, well, that's fine. I'll just minimize it and we can move on. So now we can see who's subscribed most recently. We're in the middle of writing what's the word? An application that handles this. Yeah, exactly. Most recent sub, most recent follower, and then sub count, follower count. Those are the two. They are definitely in the Twitch API. I just have never needed them. But it's probably time to get rid of Streamlabs. It only just broke this week. No, it's not even dark mode. The UI does not load. Would an expected time investment be useful? Like if you watch the videos and do the things, after about 80 hours, you should have made your first demo. It might help inform how deep to go on the topics. Hey, friend from Japan on YouTube. Sorry, I can't read your hiragana. What is this software? This is, that might not be hiragana. It might be katakana. I don't know how to, I don't know. But this is Figma. Figma. I think that's hiragana. I don't know. So yeah, the thing is that the time investment, if I was making a course, oh, it is katakana. Oh, thank you. Thanks for explaining. The time investment to make a course is, to me, much higher than to make a series. Because a course, I feel like if you're going to pay for it, you expect the knowledge that you get to be comprehensive. You expect it to be very specific, you know? Like, once I've taught you how to do the thing, you have something at the end of it. And I still want that, but I don't want to have the responsibility of bringing you all the way through from nothing to something. I'm kind of happy to just say, here's the prerequisite knowledge for this video before you go on. And you know what? Like, I still feel like maybe that's it. Maybe it's prerequisites. Maybe I just make sure that at the top of a video, I just say, hey, today we're going to make this. In order to follow this tutorial, you need to know this. Ding, ding, ding. Show you three little things you need to know. And then maybe even like recommend where to go to understand those things. And then say, once you've watched that, come back and we'll do this. And then I just show you exactly what the thing is. And try to be specific about it. I think specific videos are better than broad or like larger videos with lots of concepts. So like, I feel like a video on state machines is better than a video on an entire platform of video. I feel like this doesn't make any sense to be one video. So if I say, here's a video on state machines, general purpose state machines for this kind of game that I make, first you need to understand what classes are, what inheritance is, and then you can just figure it out. And then we just get on with the content. Yeah. Exactly. So like, if down the road I do make a video on intro to programming, I guess that's the hard thing, is I can't like link back, you know? Like if I make a video that requires an intro to programming, what do I say? Check my playlist to see if I've got a video on this. But in the meantime, at the time of recording this video, you can go to this. Or maybe I'll just say, search this topic. Check the description to see if this exists. Yeah, that might be the right way to backproof it. Yeah. Check the description to see if these videos exist. Otherwise, you can go find this on YouTube. Something like that. So let's write this down. Splines and spines. A bloody plan for success. Bendy plan. A blendy plan. Okay. So, how does this fit into if someone? Because I think that these would need to be reflect, search, popular search terms, right? I think that try to like find what people are looking for. Give them that. I feel like my best videos, the ones that just have like ridiculous traction that head towards 1 million views, those videos are the ones that people always search for, and that my video has become the top of the search list for those. Like if you search a sprite tutorial, I think I'm number 1 or 2 on that search term on YouTube. So for this to be worth it for me, I think it needs to be this. And I think that the issue here with this is that I think that people tend to search for stuff because of the Dunning-Kruger effect that's deeper than what they're actually ready for. I think that's the issue. So people are going to search platformer and then they're going to get a bunch of stuff that they don't know how to do. But maybe that can be my job. Maybe I can say, hey, today we're going to learn how to build a platformer. In order to build a platformer, you need to have watched these videos that I'm going to create or have created or whatever. You need to learn how to do these things. Ding, 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 ding. Once you've watched these, come back and I'll show you how to combine them to make a platformer. Maybe that's how that works. I'll post the playlist in the description or something. Maybe that's how that works. And do you know what that does? That allows me to reuse different videos as the prerequisites for like different videos. So like if I have a, tactics RPG, this requires state machines, and that state machine video can be used for both playlists. The same state machine video. And that would just be, here's how I do state machines. That makes this way more achievable for me, because it means that I can every week just pick a topic and make a video about the topic. And then I can use this as an incentive to tell me what to make videos about, until I make all the videos, and then I make the final video, which is how to make a platformer. Oh, that's kind of fun. So it's like a checklist. Like I build the requirements videos on the way to the thing. I wonder if it would be better to actually start with this video and have none of the prerequisite videos existing yet, and then backfill them. So it's like, stay tuned for these videos. That might feel a little weird, but if you have that, at least you actually kind of know why you need to know these things. If those videos have the source code in template out, you could make a killer composable guided choose your own game dev tutorial journey. Yeah, that would be cool. Do you know what? I would love to make the assets for these available on itch. Opportunities, let's call it that. Paid assets, which you can get for free if you're a patron to the channel. I sort of already do this, but I don't do it very often. I feel like that would be perfect. But the thing is, the assets won't be graphics assets. The assets will be code assets. And the code won't be design. It will be frameworks. That's the idea. So I'm not giving you the game. I'm giving you the knowledge. It's the teach a man to fish. So I will I mean, maybe I'll give you like a really rough template for like animations. Like maybe I'll give you like an ASprite file with like the tags for each of the animation states, and then like a blocked out simple like template for your run animation or something. Even that might be too far. But it would be, maybe that's all it needs to be for now, you know. Hey, 11 grade upgrade. Can someone follow me? That's not a very appropriate way to do that. Okay, that's cool. That means I can cover all of this stuff at my leisure, at my discretion, and work towards stuff that's good. And I'm providing value along the way, and yeah, that's cool. Monetizable, request a specific tutorial topic thingy. Maybe. Top-down style games, Zelda-esque, might be covered for a separate video series. Yeah, I mean, this is where I need to be quite careful, because maybe, you know, top-down game. Describing these in relation to each other, I suppose it's no big deal if I have like if I have a video on tile sets, collisions with tiles, like I can say collisions with tiles, go check this video. Yeah, dialogue system would be super shareable. Yeah. The thing that I would be... I think what's important with this is that both videos are valuable. Like, if the visual novel tutorial is just dialogue system, then it would be weird if I start the visual novel video and say, go watch how to build a dialogue system, and then come back, and then I just discuss drawing portraits and stuff. Like, that doesn't work. I think I would need to sort of take this video would need to be just the component, the dialogue system as a mechanic, without the dialogue trees or decisions, or without like some of the deeper stuff. It would have to be just the Venn diagram center point between how dialogue systems get used in all different games. So mostly just revealing text, dismissing text, queuing up extra text for the next one, fast forward, skip, that kind of thing. And then in the visual novel, it would be like decision trees and stuff, dialogue trees. To be honest, I'm not really a short and sweet kind of guy, and I've made a career on YouTube not doing that. It's mostly the difference between using tools versus learning techniques. If it's just how to do this in Blender, yeah, 3 minutes is fine, because it's like, here's how you use whatever. Here's how you use the snip tool to break apart a thing, or how to retopologize, whatever. I don't really know much about 3D modeling, so I'm just guessing there. This stuff it feels a lot deeper than that. Yeah, but my single videos, like my best video on YouTube is half an hour long, and it's just how to use ASprite. And people, it's got like 1 million views on it. People sit for half an hour and watch it. So all of these would be probably 15 to 20 minutes minimum. Because you can't condense this stuff into 3 minutes. You just can't. You won't have something useful, in my opinion. You won't know. You won't learn anything. You'll learn about stuff. You'll go, oh, I guess I'll need this and this and this and this. But by the time I've explained what it is that the video's about, the video will be over. But maybe that's just my style. I don't know. Maybe people are faster than me. What about like Brackies? How does he do it? This is kind of like Operation Replace Brackies. That's kind of what we're describing today. Let's go find popular. What's his most popular video? How to make a game. See, like, people search the dumbest stuff, man. This is like, what does that mean? I mean, but it's true. Like, that's what people want to know. How do I make a game? They're going to search that, you know? Well, look, it's a series, but I don't agree with it. But then look at this, like first person movement, it's half an hour long, 25 minutes almost. 2D movement, 20 minutes. Like you need that long to explain anything useful. You need more than 10 minutes. Hey Spirit Beard, that's a deep cut. They didn't let me submit, those bastards. So I'm gonna just make an entire YouTube channel to get back at them. Why is there this and this? 2D animation versus 2D movement. Okay. Interesting. Make a game basics Unity. Unity basics. He's like making the same video like 10 times. But that's, you know, make a game without code. Collision. I think what about top down movement in Unity? That's only got 1 million views in 4 years. That's not, I mean, that's not insane. That's pretty typical. Why am I making this content?
Something really popular in the indie community is top-down or isometric
Hey,
games. This
camera
perspective
shift.
is often used in everything from RPGs to roguelikes, and of course you can't
like
have
this.
a top-down game without player movement. Luckily, it's really simple to do in Unity, and in this video we'll have a look at how to create solid movement with animation. But before we get into that, this video is sponsored by Outstandly. When creating a game, you might have an amazing idea and
You know what?
mechanics.
This is going to be bad for me, I think. Because my way of doing this is not the Unity way.
Now I've gone ahead and set all these sprites to a pixels per unit of 16 physics on our object. The first one we're going to need is a movement speed. So let's create a movement. We have the move speed that we can adjust any way that we'd like, as well as an empty field for our rigid body. So let's simply take our component and drag it in, and we've now linked this component to our player movement. And that means that we can now access it to move around our player. And we could of course go to the frame rate vertical movement, and we're storing it. Also multiply with time.fixed delta time.
Move position? Really? I've never seen move position.
This variable is simply the amount of time that has elapsed since
I
the
always
last
set
time the
velocities.
function was called, and the result of that is a constant movement speed. If that's a bit confusing to you, don't worry, I totally S. I'm gonna move down, A to the left, and D to the right, around. In my case, the character from the Tiny RPG pack.
Really? Does that just set velocity? Is it the same difference? It just moves, it just sets your velocity so that you move from there to there over the next fixed update.
Really comes
Next Delta
with
time.
animation. So let's again navigate to animation because we're
So I would probably
Site.
teach the
So
animation
let's go ahead
stuff.
and create another one. Let's hit create new clip. Let's go player underscore walk underscore
Oh, I think I need
up.
move position.
So we'll
I
use
think I
this
need that
whenever we
actually.
are walking in the upwards direction. And this is a bit
I just
more exciting.
Set
because
your
for this
velocity. Anyway,
we'll
it doesn't
use
matter.
the hero walk back animation. So go to the cog here and make sure
Yeah,
that
I
set
hate this
sample
stuff, but
rate is
whatever.
selected. We then go to the left here, and under samples, let's change that from 60 to 12. Samples basically means the frame rate for our animation. Here, it's because this player object here
I wonder how he does
if you're
this.
walking right or left. After all, your character might not be completely symmetrical. However, an alternative to doing this is just selecting the player, and then through script, whenever you're moving to the left instead of to the right, you can go in and scale your graphics to -1 of sprites, drag them in, set the samples to 12, and voila. Awesome. So now we've created all our different animations. And if we go into our animation folder,
Samples
we
is
should
what,
be able to see them.
FPS? Is
The
that
play
right?
idle and our 4 different walk animations. However, the software has also created another object in here, this. Inside this window, we can see all
This
the
is how
different
you do it in
animations
Unity.
we've
I
created.
don't
That's because
really like it.
I'm also
but-
going to take. We'll also leave between the two animations when adjusting this slider. So currently this slider is going from 0 to 1. We want to change this because our horizontal value again goes between. Simply change
It's just
So
blend
let's
trees
go
just
ahead and
don't.
add
They don't make sense
actually moving. Doesn't matter condition. So we
for
only
pixel
want
art. It just feels so
the
weird to
time
me.
changes to the movement animation, and if I increase the horizontal movement, it's going to go to
Yeah.
variable.
I just feel like you could just do better than this, but that's all right. I mean, like, I know, I started down this road when I started working on like Insignia and all my games. I started down this road, learned this stuff a little bit, and went, yeah, that doesn't feel like how I would do it, and then rebuilt them. It's not that I didn't learn them, it's that like, they just didn't seem very palatable to me when I learned them. Like this stuff, if you're a beginner, why are you doing this? Like, what is the, look at this, like virtual kind of like floating point parameters, lerping between animations. Like it doesn't make any sense if you're just showing pixel frames, you know? Like there's just like, I don't, what this is, and this is back to the teach a man to fish thing. If you learn how to do this, what you've learned is how to do it in Unity, but you haven't learned how to build it. You know, like you haven't, because the way that I do it works in Unity and it works in Godot and it would work in Game Maker, because it's understanding how to write the logic to play animation frames. Well, actually, it's almost like a different philosophy to this, because what this does is it separates the logic state from the animation state, and it makes the animation state infer what images to show based on parameters that are coming out of the logic state. So the script is updating these parameters, and then the animator is going, I guess if we've got this horizontal value and this vertical value, we'll pick this animation. I don't like that. I think that that's dumb. Just on its face, if you're making a game where you have sprite-based movement, that approach, it's an unnecessary separation of those two things, because like, well, all of my games don't do this, and I think it's better. I think it's just simpler. However, this is a nice, I mean, like people who are beginners, they like UIs, and this is a UI, right? The animation timeline and the animator and the inspector for this, like at least you get some sort of visual feedback. So what I'd be teaching is something that probably has less feedback, but is less Unity dependent. It's more just like you could build this in anything. It's more code based, right? I don't know. I'm going to go get my fan because it's getting a bit hot in here. And I'll come back. And I think we'll wrap this up, this part of the stream. I don't really have much else to add on this. I need to reflect on what I'd be adding to the conversation. And I think I would need to frame some of this stuff as like the way that I do things, not the way that you should do things, but I will advocate for why I do them the way that I do them at the beginning of the video. How would you handle an animation switch for jumping it, for example, where you have a jump, mid, peak, and fall animation? I actually do Erksmere. I think I do what you do, which is I pick the frame based on the Y velocity, but I just do it in the script. So I have like an airborne state, and I pick the airborne frame based on just the Y velocity. I just basically lerp between the frames. So like logic, it's not that anything that's happening with that kind of stuff is bad logically. It's more just the framework of doing it with an animator feels dumb to me, because to me the states are finite. It's a finite state machine. So why do we have a blend tree? Hey, Risachu, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I don't think you know how valuable this is or would be for us who are struggling to take that next step for our game ideas. Love the angle you're proposing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sometimes just making the same video with a different voice or personality is worth it. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, like to me, you know, if the character's in the air and you have logic that controls how they move in the air, then that's the place where the logic that describes how they should look when they're in the air should live. Right? It's like that's because it all of the ideas, all of the definition for airborne is there. So why do you now have this other thing that doesn't know about what's happening inside of airborne that figures out based on something else, right? It just seems a little weird to me. Okay. And actually, like, well, I think Godot does have an animation blend tree. No, Motocross Jesus. It's more like this. It's this. So if you're in the air, you're running I don't play an animation. I have an animation set, like a sprite sheet, and I pick the frame based on what your velocity is. That's what I do. But you could do it. You could also have animations that play, if you want, like ruffling. If you want clothing that waves, you could have different animations play for each of the Y velocities. So you could have a matrix, and you pick the matrix. But the point is that the logic, you can be specific here, you know. But your script can have, Godot has an animation player and an animation tree as well, but your script can have logic command. Yeah, it is the same as Unity. It is the same as Unity. But in your opinion, is Godot fairly beginner friendly? Yeah, I think so. I think the way that I see this stuff is, if you are a beginner in game development, you don't know which tools you need yet. You don't know how to use those tools, and you don't know which ones you need. What I don't like is how a lot of Unity tutorials teach you how to use the tools before you know whether or not you need them, and encourage you to learn to use those tools and get familiar with them without questioning whether or not there's a better way or a simpler way. So it kind of relegates the decision to use the tool away from you, just by design. So I guess what I value as a developer, and what I think people who have built games themselves, like what I'm trying to do is give you a little taste of like what it is like to build a game without an engine, even though you're using an engine. So I want to give you the understanding of like, okay, I have sprites. Animation is the sprites being played back. What is happening when the animator presses play? Is that fairly simple? Is that a straightforward thing? If I was to write that in code, how simple is that? Like, here is the code that sets an animation frame. That's it. It's like one line. It's what frame did I start at? How many frames have I played? How modulo how many frames there are so that we can loop, and then this is the condition that tells us whether or not we need to change the frame. So it's like what, 4 lines of code really for playing a frame back in an animation player. And once you have this, you don't need this. If it's just pixel art, you know, picking the sprite over time, if that's all you need to do, you can do that in like 4 lines of code. You don't need to like drag them into here and do a bunch of stuff. You can just have, you know, I mean, you could still put them in, but the problem is it's the same issue as using Photoshop to do pixel art versus using Aseprite. It's like Aseprite is, here's the canvas, here's the palette, here are the frames, go. Photoshop is like, here is 100,000 tools, and you could use all of these if you wanted. So figure out how you should do it, you know, like that's kind of how it feels. And maybe if you need the kitchen sink, you should use the kitchen sink. But like, if you don't need it, you might learn something making something smaller. And that's actually the other thing. So like what I was going to say is like the animator in Unity, the time steps for these are at different scales. You can have like frames per second, you can have, you know, ticks, you can have all these different bases on which you decide how often to change frames or whatever. And you can have events firing in here, you can do all kinds of stuff. And since you have all of that at your disposal, if you don't know better, you might try to use that stuff just to fill out the space, right? It's like, well, the tool lets me call events, so maybe I should have an event here to do some task. Whereas like, if you don't have all this stuff, you might learn to make your game in a way that's more scaled back. Like your first ideas might be executed in a way that, whereby the constraints lead you to a simpler implementation, or one that you have more control over. Do I have a background in software engineering? Sort of. I have a design degree, but it is a design computing degree. So we learned code, and I took a bunch of computer science courses as part of my electives. But the degree itself was actually more about designing with code, or like designing using computers, including code, but also like, you know, 3D modeling and animation and sound design, a bunch of other things too. But code was a big part of it. We also used like Arduino and electronics and stuff too. So making stuff was what I spent most of my degree doing. And I personally spent every opportunity that I could making stuff that required me to do code. So making games was like how I tried to fashion the degree, because my university didn't have like a game design degree, and I didn't want to do computer science. Like I didn't necessarily want to just leave with a CS degree. So I did like maybe a third of the CS course, or like maybe a quarter, like the first 2 years worth of like a computer science degree. But then also did some like IT stuff, and also did some like, 3D modeling and animation and that kind of stuff as well. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break to get my fan, and put some shorts on because these pants are getting a bit sweaty. And when we come back, we will shift gears into a different topic. Okay? See you in a bit. Okay, we back. I'm back with a peach. I got the fan. I got my shorts on. We're ready, pals. Okay. So, hey, I might even make the first of these videos this weekend, if I can, which is going to be very exciting. Let's think. Do I need to make an announcement? Probably not. I think I'll just do it. Should I set up... If I schedule a video to make, it'll get made. So, is there anything that you've seen that's on screen right now that you think you would get the most value out of? Maybe you don't know about this stuff. You can just fire off whatever you think would be interesting. Anything you've been stuck on or that you want to see? State machines? I know how to make 70% of it. That's pretty good. You might not need me. Coding-based animations would be amazing. With layers? Yeah, see, like, layers is super easy. If you do your animator in code, layers is absurdly easy. It's just like, it's just the same thing with a list of animations rather than one animation. It's like nothing. It will take you 5 minutes. I want to see the videos already. How to approach making a game engine dependent? Parallax background layers. For state machines, those are different things. That would be, I don't know what you call that. Parallaxing is something I've made a video about already. Events, signals for view model separation and passing data between screen transitions. Okay. Passing data is easy. It's just a game manager. Getting into coding for games as an artist. That's cool. Courses. I don't know any courses, but you could catch Bracky's YouTube channel. And yeah, he mostly does Unity stuff. Camera in games. Because yours is terrible. Okay. That's pretty persnickety. Getting into art as a programmer. That's really interesting. Importance of prototyping. Oh, how to prototype. That's a great one. Oh man. Some of this stuff may be on the edge of my ability, the edge of my qualifications. Man, I'm resisting the urge to snap back at Marek Nov a lot. I'm trying very hard. Inventory systems. Yeah, I mean, inventory could kind of live. There's so much stuff we could cover. Okay. Will this be turned into a video? Yeah. That's what we're looking at. Lots of videos. Basically, a series of videos that will be coming down the line. Making your own tool, custom editors. That I don't know. I probably need to do a bit more research on how they're supposed to be done, because I do them using immediate mode GUI, and it's probably not recommended to do them the way that I do them these days. Quest system with probably programming with counters or registers. Counters or registers? Oh, you mean flags? Yeah. Do I not have quest system written down here somewhere? Enemy AI is state machines. It's the same thing, at least for me. But you could do enemy AI. But it would just depend on the genre. There are different approaches that you would take depending on what you wanted out of it. Neural nets. Okay. Did I forget combat? Yes, I mean, hitboxes and combat. It's such a deep topic. How to use story and game to help each other, and why the game medium helps the story rather than just doing an animation or webcomic. Oh, Lizglow, that's quite deep. That's quite more about design. I love talking about that. I'd love to do like more of an essay on that. That's about player engagement and like, what do you call it? Like contracts of interaction. Man, I would love to do like a full-on course for some of this stuff. I feel like it's so... I could just... If only Insignia wasn't a thing, I would make a whole career out of this stuff. I have the next like 8 months of videos lined up here if I wasn't making Insignia. I have essays, I got tutorials, I got everything. Yeah, but alas, we are making a game. When thinking about singletons, I'm always reminded that it's said to be possible to glitch out. Huh? No, I don't think that that's something that is inherent to singletons, but I would say that singletons, when we say glitch out, the only glitch that I would say is a possibility in Unity with singletons is that sometimes if you have the resources, like the reload options with Unity turned on, the asset reloading, and you have a singleton, sometimes the singleton won't be cleared from memory and it'll throw an exception when you load the game up a second time because the instantiation code won't run because there's already an instance there. But that's very engine specific and doesn't really cause any problems. You just turn it off and turn it back on again. Usage with don't destroy on load. I've never had an issue with don't destroy on load. When it's used, not really. I've used singletons in my game for ages. Cool. Well, this was really fun. I should schedule one of these for tomorrow. I should literally decide on one today. How to get a 100k wishlist tutorial. I need to do a tutorial on how to start a Steam page first. Okay. So I think that A-star movement and tiles would be a good one. Maybe that's a bit deep. State machine is an attractive one, but I'm a little. I think I could refine my state machine system further still. Just a little, I don't know. I think dialogue system is super easy. Writing your own dialogue system. Yeah, maybe that's where we start. Dialogue systems. The only thing I would say... There's something that I think that's missing from here that's very, like, attractive, which is like seeing when I do like a game jam game, that first 5 hours where I'm just blitzing out a prototype and you're watching a little gray box jump around on platforms. The process of getting from nothing to that, I think, is kind of like, for people who are looking to get into game development, that sense of I had nothing and now I have a game is very potent. I think it's really like, it's very energizing to see something happen on screen very quickly. So in a way, I'm not sure if like this stuff per se covers that. But like Brackies has a tutorial that we were looking at just now about movement. Movement is more straightforward than any of this stuff that I've covered. It's even simpler. So do I... Maybe that's in grid-based move. Like maybe we'd cover that here, like A-star movement, and then like top-down, like basic movement. Maybe I'm not being like complex. Maybe I'm thinking too deeply. I'm not thinking simply enough. Basic movement is great. And I'll if I was to do this in say Unity, but this is the thing. It's like immediately you have to talk about an engine. That was the other problem we didn't really solve. If I say like basic movement in Unity, now it's like, okay, now I understand. If I say basic movement in a game engine, well, you know, I would be making abstractions like, your game engine likely has a physics system. You want to set the velocity of your rigid body to this value, you know? And even that is kind of like a little, it's not really, you know, it's not really like enough if you're like a super beginner. I really want to be showing code on screen that explains the thing. Hey, maybe we just say C#, and we do Godot tutorials in C#, we do Unity tutorials in C#, and we only reference like, oh, in Godot you would call this a node, in Unity these are components, and you only just touch on the differences when you have to, but otherwise you just refer to C#. You don't refer to the engines. Maybe that's the way to do it. Like if I do it carefully enough, you could probably just, because I know that I've never done C# with Godot, but do you know what? I'm interested in pursuing this a little bit more today. I don't have Godot downloaded on this laptop. I think it's important. I think if I'm going to do this today, I think if I'm going to do this weekend, I probably should do this. I should probably start looking today. So let's go look at downloading Godot. So Game Maker, I might also be doing stuff with Game Maker, but that's not going to be my target because they have their own Game Maker language. So Godot engine with .NET, that's how you use C#. Interesting. When you have C# with Godot, do you need to compile it every time it runs? Or is it like interpreted the same way that GDScript is? Like how does that work in Godot? You do need to compile it. It doesn't run interpreted because it's C# obviously. Oh, that's annoying. Is it slow? Ned Stark's neck. There may be a hot reload. See, I quite like GDScript. Do I literally just write the code out both ways? Quick to build, but debugging through a stack is annoying because symbols aren't there for me. I'm just thinking like, what's the best way? Like, because if I was somebody who was learning Godot, I would click this one. I would click the blue one, you know, and I would be getting a better experience if I was using this one, because I use GDScript, and I like that. I just find that it's quite clean to write, and it's an interpreted language, so you don't have to compile the game every time you press play. I did click the blue one. Yeah, like GDScript is better for Godot. It's just a better experience. I really enjoyed actually. I would, if I had the option to use like Python or GDScript for Unity, I probably would. It was like instant. It took like no time to learn, and it was very intuitive. It was great. Most Godot users don't do very much with C# in the engine. Yeah. I think that Godot users would be. Two versions is best. Yeah. Do I make the same? But do I really make the same video twice? Yeah, I think it would be like this. You explain the code. You say, not as code. You say like this. You go. Let's just do it really quickly. The topics for basic movement. Okay, here's basic movement. First thing you want to do is set up your game object. Whoops. Layer object. Read in input. Assign velocity based on input. It's kind of it. that's all of it. And then assign animation. That's kind of it. If you want, this is for everything. Like all game, any, and then you would do side scrolling. Add gravity. Add round check. Add jump. Velocity input. That's it, right? So that could be the contents of the video. And then you would kind of like have like a further reading section about state machines. Animators. I mean, that's pretty much it. And then maybe you do like yeah, I mean So the only times where we need to talk about the differences between Godot and Unity, I'm going to highlight them here. Godot engine specific. We'll make this a little green thing. So this is engine specific, sort of. Not really, actually, but sure. This part is. And then, I guess you would really just show the code. Like, this is engine specific, but you could explain this stuff without... You could say... You could... This isn't the way I want to describe this. There's a better way to do this. It would be something like this. Explain step. Describe step. Explain why. Show implementation. Implementation. And it's really just the show implementation part that needs to be engine specific. So I could say the first thing you want to do is set up your player object. In order to prototype a player object, you will need a rigid body for your character so that it can collide with objects in the scene. You will need a sprite so that you can see your character. And typically you'll need a collider as well so that it can actually determine when it's going to run into a wall or other objects. This looks like this in Godot, and it looks like this in Unity. Split the screen down the middle, show the two things. You know? The next thing you want to do is read input. This typically involves reading the key inputs, or in more advanced games, taking a virtual controller and reading the virtual inputs from that. You know? Like that stuff. And then you would say, you would go into detail. You would say, you know, the goal here is to make the character move left and right when pressing the left and right buttons. Now this is interesting. As I'm describing this, in order to avoid talking about engines, I'm sort of front loading a lot of explanation. It's hard. Do you do a Unity and a Godot series? Really? It just feels so weird. It's the same stuff. It's just slightly different. I think you have to do. Like, because Game Maker would have this stuff too, right? You'd have to do this. Does this work? So like this probably doesn't need to be done in Godot. Godot already has a ground check. Gravity, you have to assign. It might be better. Yeah, I agree. I mean, people are going to search Unity. If they see a video that says Unity and Godot, they're going to be like, is this what I want? But then I'm committing myself to making a series on one or the other. Do I do the same video twice and then edit in like 2 uploads, and the only difference between them is what's on screen when I'm describing the engine specific stuff? So I literally record one set of explanations and then edit in me doing the thing on screen in the either engine. I mean, that is crazy, but maybe. That's so weird. You kind of get 2 for the price of 1. Like, I edit once. I edit twice, but I only have to shoot once. I don't know. it just feels like... All right. Is there a better way? Because let's go for something more complicated. Something like A-star. It's so implementation specific. It's like in C#. That's really what it is. And I don't think it works if I do it engine agnostic. If I just say, like, because A-star, you say, okay, so you'll need a tile system first. The idea is to have your characters be able to move, to select a path of tiles to move against based on the, desired destination. A-star is an algorithm that will allow them to derive that path by following this algorithm. In order to use the algorithm, first you'll need the player position as a spot in the index, in the grid index. You'll also need the destination position, which you can define by clicking, or if it's an enemy, have it set its destination as the player's position or something, right? And then A-star will give you a list of positions to move between. You know, like that's so abstract. It's useful if you know how to code already, but like if we were doing it in Unity, it's very specific. And the thing is, I don't know if I want to commit to Unity tutorials. I've already said that I'm not like super happy with them, but it's where my experience is. Oh, this is a bit of a can of worms now, isn't it? Can you search? Can I search? Oh, yeah. Does Brackies have Godot tutorials? He doesn't. Does he? I searched Godot. Nothing. You know what? I don't know. I think the gap is closing, personally. If we go like the last 5 years, it's going to be hard to see the difference. But I think like 2022, Unity was way, way more than Godot. Now, Godot is like about half. The gap is closing. Maybe Flex Ice, but it means a lot of work for me. It means the videos don't come out as frequently. What's interesting is that they are both going up. The searches are the same, but it's 76 to 44. Yeah, it probably still would be Unity today. Well, it is half. Like, not every day, but often. I mean, that's literally half. That's more than half. You know, on some days it's almost equal. On other days it's less than half. And in some places around the world, actually Godot is bigger. Look at that. That's Russia, South America, so Argentina. Godot is bigger than Unity in these places. Time to hire an editor. I don't have the income to hire an editor. Couldn't pay someone to do it. Make your own Heroes of Might and Magic 3 tutorial. Cool. That sucks because I'd love to do Godot tutorials, but I think we do Unity for now. This could literally help. Like if I'm producing, I am contributing to the Unity install base by doing this. I guess the question is, will it be profitable for me? The answer is yes. So I should just do it. If I'm just going to do it, I should just do it. The values did not include shaping the industry by making one engine more popular than the other. The values was make them useful, empower the viewer, and why? To continue to build the channel's long-term growth and generate revenue in the short term. Unity will do that, so I should probably just do it. You just gotta do it, I guess. I can't ignore that it's the right thing to do for now. But it would be really shitty if I was still making this series in 2 years from now and the Unity install base plummeted. Do you know what I mean? That would be a little weird. Hey, Trance. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for being so consistent. Now your energy rubs off on me and I'm working on my projects again. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. All right. Well, basic movement would be so easy. So easy. Hey, Dave. Pink. All right. You're the first one in a while to redeem one of these. Yellow. You should add a who section to your why and what doc. We did describe it somewhere. But you're right. But I won't say who, I'll say for whom. I'm not missing them, but you can always do it. Probably more like presumably viewers of my pixel art tutorials who want to make their art come to life. Do you have any advice for planning a project ind versus code? I'm building management system. Oh, that's hard for me to understand. Sorry. I'm not sure what you're asking. Yeah. I suppose Unity users. It doesn't make me feel excited to do that, but fair enough. I could do that, World Squid, yeah. What software is this? It does get asked all the time, maybe like 10 times a stream. This is Figma. It's okay though, you can ask it. I don't blame you. Cool. They should pay me. They should give me a free subscription. Design decisions would be a nice topic to cover. Oh my gosh, I could talk about design decisions so deeply. Oh my gosh. Those are just like essay topics I could spend forever on. I've got stuff for another day. I'd love to talk about. Oh, neat games. I've got this essay that's like brewing in my mind that one day I'll just do about game design values, particularly building a relationship with the player as a designer. It's I would love to break that whole thing down. It's like a holistic like game design in one video thing. It's not just a specific thing. It's like it covers all interactive design, but specifically game design. And it's about onboarding players, it's about tutorials, it's about maintaining their attention and creating surprise and consistency and understanding their confidence. Basically, it's just how to maintain a relationship with the player. That is what game design is, and every form of game design must, adhere to a set of principles. I think that I'd love to outline. Okay. But that's just my ideas. I don't know if it's like, that's not Bible. It's just like stuff I made up. I feel like it's pretty good, but it's just my opinion, bro. My opinion, man. And I'm not necessarily very good at it either. I find it really hard to do. So let's move on. I want to keep going. So basic movement. I make this tomorrow in Unity. Let me schedule it into my calendar so that I definitely do it. Make player movement video for Unity. Add date and time. Tomorrow. Set time. no time. I'm just going to set it for tomorrow. Which means I'm not going to that meetup event. That's fine. This is more of a weekend thing that I'm doing between Insignia. Insignia, there's also another thing that we could talk about today, which we're about to talk about right now. It's the Insignia pitch deck. Deck. So I have to produce this pitch. Oh, thanks for the 100 bits, Researchu. Thank you so much. So I have to produce this deck for the Screen Australia grant. And I don't think Arcan Pixel would allow me to show on screen his pitch deck. Well, then maybe he would. I don't know if you're here, Arcan Pixel, but if you're here, let me know if I can show your pitch deck on screen, because I'd love to use it. Not use it, but refer to it. Games Production Fund. Not here. That's a shame. So, pitch video, prototype details document, a description. No, that's fine. Production plan. 7 pages, maximum length. Oh, they must use the... Wait, strategic outcomes document? Wait, so there is no deck? Have I made an assumption here? Must use the template provided, unless the template provided is a pitch deck. I'm sure I have this already, but one sec. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just worth putting this in a pitch deck for the sake of, like, you know, making it pretty, but also providing this information in this document. That's probably what they do. Let's take what's in the deck document and let's see if we can sort of build a thing out. It did say you must use the template, but I know that there have been developers who... I mean, my assumption is you have to submit this, but that a lot of developers also make it a pretty PDF that they also submit alongside this that is basically a pitch deck. Because that's what... Okay. Let's have a look at what this is first. Let's read through it and see what's what. I will put it here. So... What's a pitch deck? It is a slide deck, like a slideshow, where you pitch your game. I'm also planning to submit this round for the grant, a 30k one though. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Dominic. Oh, welcome, welcome. Industry standard processes to get it done. Yep. Didn't say much as a template. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll just see what this has in it and then we'll fill it out. I know this is a little bit redundant here. Oh, this isn't going to go very well, is it? Yeah, that sucks. Well, at this point, I kind of feel like it's not worth it. Unless I just like, is this going to go? Or maybe we just copy the questions out. The detailed ones. Because this... Well, it's not a better PowerPoint. It is a PowerPoint. Some of these questions are totally there just to catch people out who aren't to be taken seriously. Maybe this should be a... I wonder if there's a better way to do this. What if I take all of this? Oh, I can't grab the things one thing at a time. That's really annoying, isn't it? Can I delete the entire row or the column? I can't do like table editing in this system. Maybe if I open this in Google Docs, it'll let me do it better. Let's try this. Sorry that I'm getting all logisticsy. Yeah, I don't have Word, so I'll open it in Docs. Lots of stuff open on my computer. Drive. You can't just drop a file into Google Docs. You have to drop it into Drive and then you have to do it in Docs. So can I grab? Oh, I can. Oh, that's so good. Okay. All right. So I should be able to grab like all of this. Can I have that thing here. If you go to format. Oh, I can't switch to pageless. Why can't I do that? Make a copy. Save as Google Docs. Is that a thing I need to worry about? Nice. Pageless. Cool. So now I can grab all of this. Copy. Go over here. Let's see if I can just paste that. Hey, that's pretty good. And then I can go whoop. And then I can go split. I think it's split text. Boom. And then we can go like this and like this. Wow, that's much better, isn't it? All right. Well, we could just start answering these. Primarily PC. I guess Windows? Right, technically. Nintendo Switch. Mac OS. When did I start working on this project? Working on it? It is a long time. What engine are you using? Unity. Git. Design is managed. Design doc is managed with Figma and Leonardo. Art is produced in AEST. Sounds in FL Studio. Code with VS Code coding done in VS Code for the Unity engine. Or Unity. I mean, how else do I have to describe what tools and software? What does that mean? Hey, Mizeth. I recognize you guys. I can see all your messages. It's just not visually shown on screen. Which languages will you localize the game to? English. Probably Portuguese before German. And then maybe Japanese before? Maybe Chinese before German? I'll just say Chinese for now. I mean, I'd love to do Arabic. That would be awesome. But I don't know if it's going to happen. What's the list of game, language, localization, popularity? I don't want rates. Yeah, China, Japan. Oh, Korean before German. Korean is possible. I wouldn't cancel out Korean. I wouldn't rule them out. Portuguese may be a little inflated because of how many people there are in Brazil, but maybe they wouldn't be as likely to play it. Custom plugins are all done in Unity. Okay, sure, that's fair. Korean Arabic, the best language. Where was Arabic in this? The problem with Arabic is there's so many Arabics. Russian is also a big one. I shouldn't discount. Russian probably lives like up here. And it looks like German. Why does German have such a high rate? Popular languages we've localized games into in terms of word count. Okay. German, that's a lot of... Yeah. Why does German get such a... Oh, Spanish too. Oh, yeah. Jeez. I mean... I think it's more like... top priority. think just because of the right to left issue with Chinese, with Arabic, and Chinese being the characters being so difficult. I mean, maybe even bring Korean and Japanese down into tier. Just because, again, the character issue. Japanese kind of lives up here because it's Japanese, but maybe it shouldn't. Arabic is way too hard. And then maybe Spanish. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty much right to me. Big on mobile games. I mean, I could release... Oh, I should say this as well. I mean, could be Android too. French seems high. The reason French is so high is because it's so easy. If you're in English, if your game is written in English, translating it to French is like not hard. Europeans might still buy the English versions compared to Asia. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's move on. Okay. Netflix, as in their mobile games, it's more of a publishing question. They're Android games, I think. Will I pay for localization? I think I will need to pay for localization. I think the game's got a lot of text in it. So I wouldn't just use fan localization unless we set up a really good system for like tracking and checking the translations, which I wouldn't crowdsource them. Not unless it was like an amazing proven platform that we did it through. Will your game include voiceover? No. Not in the current scope. How many players is the game for? Single player. How would you classify the game for the purposes of releasing onto a storefront such as Steam? Side, scrolling, action, adventure, pixel, art, platformer, indie. What else? Do I say Metroidvania? It's not really a Metroid. It's not. That's the thing. I don't know if it is a Metroidvania. Let's just call it that. Metroidvania Lite. How many modes are there in the game? How many modes are there? 1. Story mode. It's not really like Symphony of the Night at all, though. I don't think so. It's not really planned to be like that. I mean, what does The Legend of Zelda tag theirs as? Live operations, not available. Will the game have an in-game social features such as text or voice chat? Nope. What's the total team size? Include any contractors. Please ensure this number matches the team sheet information. Oh gosh. I mean, 1 currently. More to follow. To scale up. Plans to scale to 6-ish. That's hard, man. Well, this required so much less formatting than I thought it did. I thought I'd be writing paragraphs here. That's why I put it into Figma. But it really didn't. It really just was I mean, it was fine. It was enjoyable to write it here. But I thought it was going to be a lot more energy. Okay. Well, we've got other ones here. Milestones. Game development. Milestones table provides a high-level breakdown of work to be done on the game. The purpose of this section is to provide enough information to bolster confidence in external stakeholders in the viability of your project's development. Well, good thing I already have that. Zelda's not really an RPG. An RPG involves leveling up, stats typically, classes. If you can't play a role, is it really a role-playing game? Hi, Danny's husband. Danny says hi. Hi, Nina. How's it going? Hi, Danny. Welcome to the stream. We're currently doing some planning for some grant funding. All right. So, milestones. One is production of funding prototype. Polish prototype into extended funding demo. Content complete. The audience for these milestones is external stakeholders, not internal team members. Please consider the level of detail information accordingly. Content completion, production, publication, release date. This would be called... collision shapes for a platformer. You can use a rectangular collider. The word I'm looking for here is like marketing, like campaign. Launch. Trailer. Why is the prototype Polish? Oh, that's the first time I've heard that one. Campaign launch, high quality trailer, like maybe even like, what do you call this? Like, the word starts with P. Oh, press. That's it. Kit. Etc. I don't know if you call that a milestone or what. Team. What is this called? Like, not team building. Hey, Prismatica, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. See you later. Formed. How do I describe this? Used. And then publisher contract signed. I'm filling out a document, basically. Hey, Saravati. What color? Pink. Okay. I'm filling out a document for my grant proposal. Okay. Bow, yellow. Sorry, buddy. It's candy covered in chocolate. Those are my milestones. Does that seem good? Does that seem smart? It feels right. I never know if like the kinds of things that I think are reasonable are actually reasonable. Someone else has to say, yes, that's what we expect. But maybe, you know, maybe not. Okay, next. Major marketing activities. Their key dates and description of the activity. Gosh. Really busting my balls here with that question. Activity, date, description. It's just not how it's just, you know, I'll give them what they want, but acceptance criteria. I mean, this is kind of the acceptance criteria, I think. What do you mean specifically? Like chapter content? So I mean, the first one is announcement. Steam page submitted. This is like April 2024. Wait, create announcement trailer and announcement would be separate activities? What the heck? How? What? Why would they? Oh gosh. Well, I'll do this as a bullet list then, if we're gonna go down that road. What? Major tasks in preparation for marketing beats, such as well as the beats themselves. I mean, that seems dumb. It's just dates though, right? So they want it chronological. In that case, I should do it the way they want me to do it. So I should do it like this. Ugh. It's actually literally the way that I had it. That doesn't really work anymore, does it? Do you any concrete dates or just a general timeline for now? Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, dates are a little, I don't know. It feels a bit presumptuous to be able to put a date together like that. Let's go back to the thing. Ugh. All right, well, what did I have? Like, what do I do for this date? The date when I sign the publisher? TBD 2024. And is that a description as well? Yeah. Media for announcement created. Descriptions, key art, screenshots, trailer. Even this, I mean, it's probably more like May. And then like... I mean, this could be even March. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a concrete plan for this stuff. Doesn't really matter, does it? Like, this announcement probably could exist after and alongside like this. I don't know. It's hard to even break down what, like, the strategy doesn't really make any sense. To have the strategy before you've got these, like, they're milestones, but like, why would I set a date for any of this stuff? If I can't get a publisher this year, like, why would I set a date for things that happen after I get a publisher, you know? Anyway. And the fact that they have create announcement trailer as a milestone, like as a marketing activity, like, ay. I mean, there's so much stuff. If I could go, I can get as granular as they want, but like, why? And is that a marketing activity? I guess, I mean, not really. Maybe? Maybe if I'm having trouble with this stuff, I need to write it down. Isn't getting a publisher less advantageous? If you can release the game by yourself, I mean. I can't release the game by myself. That's why I'm doing all this. But even if I could release it by myself, getting a publisher is not disadvantageous. Getting a publisher only magnifies your reach. Because they have the marketing capacity to push whatever you do further. So why would you do less? You know what I mean? You can't guarantee your game is going to be a viral success. So why would you gamble your game's success by not having a publisher? Signing a good deal is important and it's risky to not sign a good contract, but you can mitigate that risk by being intelligent about how you sign contracts and who you sign the contract with. So it's not like it's a risk-free thing, but especially if you go late with a publisher, if you have the game almost, if you have the game in a shape where it's very clear what it is and that it's going to be finished, and you have a good publisher and they can see the vision, I think you can have a pretty good, I think you can negotiate for a pretty good deal that would be advantageous for you and the publisher. I don't think, where it gets hard is if you negotiate a deal early before you even have a game, and then they control a lot of the design decisions and the timelines and all that stuff. It helps if you know a lawyer too. Good thing my wife is just finished law school. Okay. Not that she's a contracts lawyer, but she would definitely be an asset. Due diligence, risk assessment, and mitigation strategies. That's actually fine. I can do that. Let's do risk assessment and mitigation. Okay. So, risk. So, what are risks that I can mitigate? Those are the ones that I want to list. Project funding. Do you know what I could do? I could put the first one as what happens if I don't get the screen grant. Continue to refine the pitch using existing revenue. Team contractors, final, what do you call this? Recruitment on team delayed. Or members leave project. If that happens, how do I mitigate that risk? It says mitigate, right? Not contingent. Vet carefully. Ensure no roles are maintain working knowledge of all responsibilities. Okay, what happens if publisher funding not acquired? Ensure team members have knowledge to take on other tasks. I wouldn't do that, but it would be a plus. Seek to recruit members with flexible skill sets. I don't know. That's, I mean, it's like a... Is it specialty a word? Let's call it that. That's a Steam thing. A Valve thing, sorry. T-shaped members. It is done by part-time / contractors. That's correct. The team is not going to be employees of my company. I'm not going to give them a salary. I'm going to pay them on a contract basis. Not secured. Pay them in clinkers, exactly. Publisher funding not secured before grant funding is, what's the word? Spent? Is depleted? This is about mitigation. It's not about contingency. So how do I mitigate this happening? I mean, is it it's also about risk assessment. If this isn't really a risk, it's just a possibility. Does it pose a risk to the project if the publisher funding is not secured? I mean, I suppose, but like, yeah, I mean, but like signing a good deal is actually, it's kind of like mission critical. So it's not really something that I would have contingencies for. It's just a necessary step that we have to execute on. Like, one alternative would be something like decrease scope to self-publish, but I wouldn't do that. Like, there's no world where if it doesn't happen, you shut down. No, if it doesn't happen, I just keep working alone until I can make it happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, signing a publishing deal. So I'm in a place where I've mitigated the risk. All of this risk is already mitigated by the stream, right? The stream and the YouTube channel, and the fact that my cost of living as the director's cost of living is almost fully separate from the funding. So I don't really have I mean, how else could you mitigate that risk? Could you guys think of anything? If I build a team and we have $100,000 and say that's 10 months of development time or something, and in that 10 months we produce a prototype, a polished prototype for a publisher, and then I go out and look for publishing tenders or whatever, publishing deals, and then that doesn't happen. I don't know. I just made it up. The team could be 3 people at this point. It's not necessarily full time. It's not 10 people. Be nice to me, okay? I'm trying to form this now. They could be part-time, and there could be 2 of them. It could be me, an animator, and the composer for 10 months, and they could be part-time. And also, I cost nothing, almost, of that 100K. So it's like, could we get 3 people on 10 months with 100K working part-time? I think so. Me, myself, and I. Surely. Yeah, I mean, let's just call this like mitigated production can pause, continue indefinitely at solo dev scale until further funding is secured. Let's just call it that. That's a good idea, Arya. I guess another way to do this would be to minimize team budget resources carefully so as to scale team so as to produce high value work for funding so as to reduce materials that so as to prioritize materials that will be valued highly Does that make sense? Hey, Yaramia, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you so much. Icarus, thank you for the follow. And Dominic F96, thank you for the follow. So this would be something like animation, sound. Maybe not. I don't know. MMC art, welcome. Like, what is it that a publisher wants to see? I think I'm probably inexperienced in this process, in this like, I don't know what they want to see, but I have the intuition that if I show them something polished, if it feels like it's already a thing, that's ideal, because it means there's lower risk. Budget resources carefully. Build teams slowly and prioritize the development of materials that demonstrate the project's clear identity and vision first, so as to maximize the chances of finding a suitable publisher. That's pretty good, right? That seems like a good answer, I feel like. Maybe not. Should I be more specific than that? Mechanical hook, presentation hook, story hook. I feel like I have something like that. Would build team slowly be more in the recruitment risks mitigation? This is a different... I mean, the risk here is that the team itself falls apart in ways that I can't foresee. That's the risk. This is just that we can't get a publisher soon enough. But it's not... They're not related risks. One might cause the other to happen more. One might cause the other, but they're not. They are separate things. They can occur independently. What else? What's another risk we could think of? Let's say... Content... phase... extends beyond estimations. So I've already mitigated this by develop, minimize, unestimable. Ah, that's a word, right? Minimize, is that not a word? It sounds like a word. Inestimable. Okay, well, I was close. I'll call this unknown unknowns. Optional content. Have I done the feature test yet? No, we haven't done any feature test stuff today yet. Hey, I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Be right back. Stop. We're back. Okay. What else? What else do we do? So what happens if we still run out of time? Ugh. I mean... how do you mitigate the risk of that happening? Maintain. Clear. Maintain. Strong. Production. Oversight. It's not a very good... it's not nice to be able to say, do it good. But that's what you have to do. Okay. So, like, I actually have a contingency that I've considered of, like, releasing the game in parts recently. I considered, like, it's probably possible to release this game as 2 games. Or as, like, early access. Release to early access in chunks. There's ways to do this. There's ways to do it. But it's hard to make promises. That's the hardest part for me. But at some point you have to do that, right? You have to make the promises. Otherwise, you never do anything. All right, what else? Live operations. Nope, nope, nope. Project timeline. Okay. That's fine. This is really hard. I need help. I definitely need help with this stuff. There's just like stuff that I don't know about. The size of this game. I mean, maybe it's that a publisher can help me out with some of this stuff. But like, I don't know what the desired release date should be at this point. How do I know what that should be? But let's just like block out a timeline. Let's just do that. Just because it's fun to do that. It's okay. It's okay. We're okay. Nobody's gonna get hurt. We're just pretending. It's just words, Adam. It's just words. It's not a real thing. You don't have to do these things. They're just words. We need 12 lines. Duke. Duke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Whoops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. 1, 2, 3 years. Gee, that's a lot of time. Sup, Lemtron? How you doing, bud? Long time no see. You checking out all those Overwatch Season 9 patch notes? Okay, 2024. Now I can finally get headshots. How's work? What are you working on at the moment? I used to work with Lemtron. We also used to share a girlfriend. Not share, not at the same time. In our in our past. But also not at the same time in the past. Just, you know, don't worry about it. Not Cryptiday. Not the woman I married. I'm just playing. It's true, but it's also a joke. It just keeps getting worse. The tea? Oh, it's not crazy. The joke between Lemtron and I is that when we realized once we met at university. Lemtron's a little older than I am. We realized that like we had actually had the same, like a lot of life milestones and like things in our life was like weirdly aligned, like where we grew up, what school we went to, the university degree we're doing, our interests, like there's a lot of stuff that we're just like, oh wow, that's crazy. And then we found out, like we went out with the same girl and then got a job at the same company. That's where we found all this out. We obviously knew of each other before we worked at the same job, but like it only dawned that like how similar it was after we started working together. But
I dated her first, so.
all right. So grant funding application complete. January ends, so that's February, March, April. That's here. Lemtron's likeness is actually in Insignia. Lemtron is an Easter egg in the game. I literally am doing my game design doc in Figma. That's a real thing that I do. You want to see it? Check it out. Figma is just too good, you know. It's just like really, really, really good. And you know, what? I'm actually developing the game in Figma. It's the Figma prototype is the game's release platform. It's the first Figma game. Check this out. You want to see some? In fact, you've probably seen stuff that's complicated because you work in Figma. But look at this. What? These are all like level chunks, little level design ideas. Hi, Michael. Make a Gantt chart. I actually have a Gantt chart. You mean, sort of. Like this one? Why you should switch from Unity to Figma. It's kind of a Gantt chart. It doesn't have everything it needs in it. It doesn't have time. It doesn't have dates. That's the thing that it doesn't have. Okay. So these guys said, what, 12 weeks did they say? 1, 2, 3. Funding approved. You can expect to receive the outcome of your application approximately 12 weeks from the application close date. Okay. A certain major sporting event happening this year. Very nice. What event is I don't actually know any major sporting events happening this year. The Super Bowl just happened. Did you work on that? I mean, is it a local major sporting event or like a global major sporting event? It's not the global. Nice. So it's not the League of Legends Internationals, is it? Okay. So, funding it. Wow. Really? January, February, March, April. In fact, April is it's mid-April, and then 12 weeks from the funding date is 1, 2, 3. Magnus, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. 12 months. That's a full year. Great to have you, buddy. Publishing contract signed. Let's put that in at like December. I mean, hopefully before that, really, but what am I going to do in what, 1, 2, 3, 4 months from, like, it's probably going to be November. Unless I get really lucky and someone comes to me. I think we do like a potential Kickstarter as well after the contract signed. And then we go like 12 months from when the funding is approved. January, February, March, April, May, June. Puts us at June here, plus another 6. So content complete. End of Jan 2026. Gosh, that's ambitious, man. But that's what you got to do. QA. Six months? Is that a realistic schedule? Who knows? Release? I don't know. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, November, December. I guess June is the big one. See you, Thunderwolf. Gonna go walk the dogs. Enjoy. See you, bud. Let's do this. I mean, we could do this chapter by chapter, but probably we don't need to. Let's go like linear content complete, game completable. What do you call that when it's like the main quest line? We should go for like content complete like here. And then like polish complete. Like content polish complete. That's a long time for QA. But that's when I would start it. So then release trailer, like a release date announced. Here. Okay. Well, would I expect a publishing Well, then this is less of a risk than I thought it would be. I might need to bring on the core team, like elected. I might need to choose who that's going to be. I might need to nominate them a month from now, you know? Who's going to be on that core team. How will I find them? Look, I'm in lots of conversations. I'm not really pushing them right now, but like I've got 3 composers that I've kind of Clickers Royale. I've got 3 composers that I'm sort of that are in the wings a little bit. 4 maybe. You know, I don't really have a programmer. I don't know if anybody wants to I don't know. I don't have a programmer. But there are people who I would love to bring on. I wonder if like Kebab Skull would ever choose to work with me. That seems like crazy. If I had him for a year, I don't know if he would. It would really, I'd only need him. I don't even know if we need it. I mean, I think he would probably not be best suited on this project because his skills outpace the needs of the project. Maybe he'd be good as like a closer, like helping me publish the game. Some of the development that needs to be done around publishing, like localization systems and stuff. But a lot of the middle stuff is kind of like game content programming. Oh, where do you apply? You can email me. I've taken a bunch of applications. But there you go. You can, oh, there you go. Apply. Preferably, if you've had any experience releasing a game, that would be ideal. And if you could like link me any of your work, that would be tip top. It's paid work, you know, obviously. Adam's design skills don't keep up with Kebab Scowl's anything skills. Kebab Scowl is just, I mean, he's just a different breed. He just does different stuff, you know. I don't have any... He'd make my game a roguelike with procedural gameplay in it, you know? Is there somewhere I can read what this is without you having to explain it? What the game is, or what this is? Okay. What I don't love about this is that what I would like to happen, if I create a little line here, I'd like to have a 3-month period from when I put the Steam page up to when the game, to when I go to a publisher, so that I can say, I'd like this to happen here. That means that the Steam page has to exist. Got a bit Australian, that text. The Steam page has to exist for at least 3 months before. I mean, that's a nice thing to have. Which means that I should put it up here somewhere. Like between this date and this date. But these dates are really strange because why would I not... Like the funding hasn't been approved yet. How do I make this happen? I can't make this happen sooner. I don't think. Like I haven't been... Unless I'm like going and just polishing the pitch. This stuff has to kind of go... It almost has to go back. Unless... Like... I mean, even what is this? Like, I hire a team and like they're making stuff and I'm like, unless I get them to do work on the promise of the funding, nah. I mean, I could push this back, but that's like, what, 2 weeks, really? Start localization implementation early. Unity has a cool package that once you set it up, you can use Google Sheets to pop in translations later. The problem is, my game is going to have so much text. I don't know if Google Sheets is going to cut it. The text is also formatted in a very specific way. I don't really know. I have to think about it. Am I ready to hire them? I feel like I could have the conversations before the funding happens. I feel like I can be ready to hire them. Today's date is February 16th. We are... Today. The red needle of death. Nope, that's March. That's where we are. Do I watch the UFC? I don't, but I enjoy watching clips when a good fight happens. I don't religiously watch the UFC, but you know, every so often something happens and it's like, oh, this was cool. I'll go watch it. You know, if there was like a title fight with Conor McGregor in it, not that he's kind of past his prime, but if that was happening, you know, maybe I'd watch that. Yeah, I think I agree. So, like, I'm sort of like, I can have the conversations with at least, and I don't have any artists. That's the first thing. I don't have any artists. Maybe there's someone I could contact. I worked with her on the ASUS gig. Her name was Lucrezia, but she was French, and this funding would be Australian only, basically. I'd only have like 10k to give her. She was an art student, like an animation art student or something like that, and she was doing pixel art, or maybe she was a game dev student. Anyway, I was handing off a lot of work to her, and she was doing the between frames and stuff for the ASUS project. As well as there was another guy too, but she was doing the bulk of it, and she was competent. She was good. That was in 2020. So I don't know. I don't have any other. Do I know Jazza? I don't know Jazza. I think I know of Jazza. I don't have anybody else that I know. Maybe I could do some sort of like application process where I do keyframes and then the community can do the tweens, and whoever does the best tweens, I hire them. We just have like a animator application competition. So I just do like a bounty. Maybe that's a good way to do it. Chips off for soundtracks. This? I don't think so. I'm gonna put that down as an idea. Gate. Project. Oh, you know what? Why am I putting this here? I'll just put it in this document. It's so small. Why is it so small? Okay. Submit different keyframes to different applicants. They all do a great job, and I reject all of them. Sorry, they just wasn't up to our standard. And maybe you could try a second time. We have additional applications ready for you. I probably need at least 2 junior artists. But I could also see an environment artist in there as well. Look, the Australians thing, that's only for the Screen Australia $100,000. So all of this stuff we're talking about, that's only for this period of time, the 2 to 10 months. After that, it can be whatever, I think. Hello. Hi, pretty. What you doing? You're cute. What's going on? Probably 6. What do you want to do tonight? Yeah? You said hi. We went out already this week. What are you feeling like? We have no food and I have no money. I got hit with tax today. It was how much or what it was? I have to pay like $3,000. It's like a quarterly. How does that? That's what I got taxed $3,000 for the period of October to December. But my total tax was like 7K. So how does that work? Am I getting way overcharged? Like, I don't know. The tax that I'm supposed to be paying on my earnings for the last year, I think was like 7,000, around that much. But I've already paid 3, and I'm being asked to pay another 3. But it's only been 6 months since the tax time. So are they just trying to get it out in 6 months, or are they staggering it over? Am I going to get another 3K in April, May? You know what I mean? Do I have what? I mean, I have it, but it's not comfortable. It's not great. Anyway, that's not for these guys to hear. So anyway, so yeah, noodles for the next 3 months. All right. I did also pay myself the last 6 weeks of work from my company for the first time. I wasn't earning any money. Well, I was earning the money, but I wasn't giving it to myself as an employee yet. I did that today for the first time. I set up all the payments that I can pay myself the wage. So anyway, so we'll chat I'll be out in half an hour or so. Huh? Yeah, let's circle back to this one. In Japan, you pay for the previous year's income. Yeah, it's like that, but it's like you pay for the previous year's income, and then you pay sometimes like projected tax for the next year. So the tax that I might be getting hit with is based on the assumption that I'm earning more. But like I was saying earlier, I contracted quite a bit in the financial year from 2022 to 2023, because our financial years are June to June. Yeah. So the pay as you go for the quarterly is like, they think I'm going to be earning 12K, I guess, in tax. But like, I'm earning much less this year than last year. So they're going to have to give me back like a ton of it, I think. I don't know. That would be great. If they just like drop like 5K on me, that would be really nice. But by that point, I'll have probably got the funding. Hopefully. I don't know. It's really annoying. So anyway, this probably could have all been avoided if I had set up my company earlier and been paying myself a wage out of the company. But, you know, that's life. So this is cool. I mean, it would be nice. I would probably want to hire somebody without needing to do this, especially if they were Australian, especially if they were a pixel artist. I don't know if I'm going to have that opportunity. Alternatively, it's also possible that I can pay an international contractor with my income from Indie Tales and then pay myself from the grant. So because I've got this income stream, you know, as long as it's not that much, I could sort of offset it so that I could hire someone internationally. It's just that they would have to be paid about or less than what I pay myself right now, which is not much. I'm on like less than minimum wage. So, I mean, it would have to be, you have to spend 90% of the grant money in Australia. So there's 10K that I could put on top of the Indie Tales earnings, take that and pay them that as a contractor. And if they're part-time, if they're a part-time animator, it might work. Especially if it's only part-time for like 6 months before the publishing contract comes in. Part-time, 6 months, if it's like 25K. That's probably, I don't know. It might not even be part-time. It might just be a set amount of assets. Maybe I just say, this is the work. This is the contract. You know, this is the rate that we expect based on the contract. A good investment? Well, assuming that we got the publishing funding, then it would be, I would adjust that. But I don't really want to do that. That's not great. So, am I going to make a fool out of myself with these release projections? What's this? September 2026? Are there any AAA games coming out in September 2026? No. No plans for that, Charboa, unfortunately. It is just for the grant, you're right. That's correct. This could be 2029, who cares? No, I'd like for this to take... Man, September 26th would be actually so poetic, because that would be the 10-year anniversary of me deciding that I wanted to make the game. That would be October 2026. I went to PAX and decided I would work on the game full time and quit my job. September was when I sort of like started fiddling around with the game. Or maybe it was like before that. Maybe it was like August. I mean, do you need 4 weeks from QA complete? I don't even know how this stuff works. Okay, so what is the work that needs doing? I mean, I've basically got all this sort of like figured out, but it's mostly, have I got like, I mean, this probably should live back, not in the pitch document. This probably needs to, I'll copy and paste it, live in this document. Like right here. Yeah, it's a long time. But you know, it's actually the experience of making this game has grown. It's not been like me doing the one thing for years and years. I've sort of, you know, it's been a bit of a journey. It's included a content creation journey and building a channel and building a community and becoming more qualified as a designer and that kind of stuff. Maybe I'll just create a new thing here called Timeline. Okay. Project timeline. Let's go down here. grant application. Demo. Wait, grant application? Oh. Okay, this is something sort of different to the pitch document, but whatever. Feature test program. Vision. Scratchpad. Okay, cool. So project timeline. Let's think about the work. This is something that I've kind of already budgeted out, a lot of this stuff. I've probably put a lot of time into this already. I think I need to take this, come here. I mean, we could just cut 100k off there. Literally don't have a writer, just me be the writer. That's totally possible. 100k on programming, 200k for the art. Me as the director, not even 100, 50. Producer 50. Where does that leave us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Do I run Figma in the browser? I do not. Hey, I'm just going to turn this fan off. So in this version, the game is, you know, it's still the same. I just do more stuff and I pay myself less. I should probably lay out the responsibilities. That's more important, right? Okay. I'd like to do like chapter 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just write it out. Not even chapter 1. Let's just go like, okay. All the environments in the games. So like, gosh, okay. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to write it all out. All of the game's content. So Orenstead, tile sets times 3. 1, 2, 3. I mean, it could be 4. We've got like 4 backgrounds, maybe 5. We've got It's so hard to plot this stuff out because it's like, what is a tile set? It's not like a piece of work. Let me just plot the scenes out. Let me just do that. So Armin's house, neighborhood, workshop, Orenstead. Tavern. This might need to be like, it might need to have status assigned against it, at which point maybe we need to do a little thing here. So it's like Armin's house with a little light. This is kind of fun. This could be a little tracking thing. It's a little this guy. Let's call it 60 pixels. Let's make this size 24. My work's been okay today. So let's make this size 24. Okay. And then we'll make this a component. And then we'll make... Can we add a... What do I do this? Do I do this and then go green and then go main component widget? No, it's like variation, isn't it called that? Add variant. Okay. Okay. Let's push these a bit further over so we can space this out a bit more. Yeah, it's not, it's just like, it's not done or like to do. Oh no, they're all, oh. Hang on. MVP. Not started. Okay. Cool. So now I can go. This is called status. And then this is our, like, we've got a status. We've got a, what's the word? Task. Do we need to have this be, is there other fields to this? Yeah, it's like remaining time or something like that. And let's track this in days. Maybe. We'll call it like shift. I mostly work in like 4-hour chunks. So I wonder if it would make sense to call it like shifts and then time box these in shifts, because it's very rare that you could do an asset in less than one shift, but some assets do get done in one, like animations. I don't know. And maybe this needs to be done in Excel. Like maybe I think this is probably an Excel doc thing, because I wouldn't be able to do math with these. Or even like Jira. Maybe this is like a Jira thing. Yeah. I think I need help with this. I don't think I should do this here. As cool as this was, I just realized how much time it's going to take. If I box the whole game out, without Excel functions, yeah, let's go to Excel, I guess. That's crazy. This is the first time I'm doing this. Actually, no, it's not. I used to have one of these Google Sheets. Wow, good thing you guys can't see this screen. All of my income information. Okay. In a folder? No, I need to go to Drive, I think. New Google Sheets. It's gonna be called Insignia Project. Production? What do you even call this? I don't even know. File. Move. Okay, it's in there. Okay. This is specifically something that I don't think I have the knowledge on how to manage. I am using the free version of Figma. It is really good. Figma's great. It's super fast. It's super competent. It's very good. Okay, first thing. Is there dark mode? Oh. Nori? Nori. That was nothing. Why did nothing happen? Oh, it's chart background. Oh, well, that's just dumb. It's just very, very, very bright. I kind of don't even want to look at it in full. Okay, so the worst part about this is that I can't chunk it. That's the problem. I guess I'll just chunk it with these. So like music, animation, environment art, story. And then it's like, I don't know how Swizz did this with our clinkers thing. Let's see if we can copy some of this formatting. Boom. Thank you, Swizz. But these colors are not colors I would choose. Okay. How does this cell work? Open Google Docs, tap the 3-line menu icon on the top left corner, tap settings, now theme. That's Docs. This is Sheets. Unless it's the same. Okay. Can I take like all of the cells and paint them like this color? Doesn't really do what we wanted it to do. All right. Now we need basically this. Does this cell type I don't think I want a status for this. I think it's just time remaining, right? It's just time. It's just a value. But how do we... I need to think about this a little bit. Maybe it was okay to draft this here. What did I do? Where did the things that I was working on go? You'd think they would... Doesn't matter. So the idea is something like this. Just so we can design the thing, the idea behind the thing. Task. Time. So when we talk about the time, is it time to the next task or total time? I feel like each step has like an estimable time. And if anything, it's almost like a Kanban thing. Like now is when Trello becomes something, because you kind of want to be able to do this. So like, hey, Blue Crunch, thanks for the sub. So like, just forgive me with this for a second. Or even, I mean, I don't know. This assumes that every job has to go through the same set of steps. That's also not necessarily true. If you're spending more than 2 years on something, you're doing it wrong. Okay? Did they build the pyramids wrong? Did they build public infrastructure wrong? Did they build houses wrong? Did they build the Sistine Chapel wrong? Did they build any video game that's any AAA video game in the last 15 years? Did they build those wrong? Is school wrong? Is paying off loans wrong? Is learning a trade wrong? All of university wrong? So like, this feels a little weird, right? It's kind of like you don't want to have to do the maths on this, but you do want it to be a thing where you have the total time and you want... So this is obviously not how I would do it. I'm just thinking about how to think about this stuff. It would be something like... This is just my UI design brain way of doing this, but this is not a necessary task for everybody else to do. 0.5 days. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like sessions. Where I call a session 4 hours, so half a day. But let's... Oh yeah, I haven't really done that here, have I? Yeah. I mean, do you really even need to see what has transpired? Because you kind of want like a running, I spent this much time and I estimate that I'm going to need this much time total. I think this should be the total estimate, right? Like 20 hours. I feel like the two numbers that matter in this process is like, how long did I think it would take at the beginning? Do I still think it would take that long? And scoring that against the amount of time that I've put into it. So this does that. Like that's the time budgeted and the time spent. And what phase you spent those things in. Because what's important for this, and again, I know that there's software out there that does stuff like this. I know that stuff like Asana exists, but investing like literally the next 2 or 3 years of my life into this, you know, it's something that I need to know what I'm doing before I do it. So what's important for me is just like getting into the headspace and understanding like, okay, what is it that, for the purpose of budgeting, because that's what this is all about. This is all about maintaining a deadline, staying on budget, and being able to pivot if things that are like tracking velocity against projections. So at some point it becomes Jira. It just becomes Jira. But yeah, I don't know. I might not be in the headspace to solve this right now. And not just, when I say solve, I don't mean like design something. I just mean like to pick a thing to use. It does feel like a fool's errand, right? My wife always says to me, she's like, but Adam, you know that you're bad at like estimating how long things take. She's like, it's one of your biggest weaknesses. And I'm like, it's really impossible to do. It's really hard to do it. It's not me. It's just like really friggin' hard. But she doesn't work in software design. Like, it's just so hard because you just don't know what's going to happen. You just don't know. There's no way to guess. Unless you've literally built the thing before and you're building it exactly the same way the second time, how can you say? Exactly, Arya. That's how I feel. But the thing is, I mean, even Swizz was saying this to me. She's like, but you still need to set deadlines. You still need to do it. And I'm like, yeah, but I much prefer to set milestones. But this is the difference between like in production software, you can kind of work on MVP and then could do like continuous redistribution. You can keep making it better over time. And as long as when you release it, it's at a minimum viable product, you just keep polishing it and keep making it worth people's time. And as long as you're prioritizing what you work on and maximizing value for users, it doesn't matter how long stuff takes because you're just making the thing more viable over time. Whereas there's going to be like a point in time where people say, release. You said release. And I'm going to be like, oh. So like, we do need to do this fool's errand to some extent, just because this is the way that the gods have deemed us. You know, they've demanded that we do this, even though we know it's not a smart thing. So what do you do? Like, unless the publisher literally tells me, like, I mean, look, even the government grant is asking for us to put together this kind of stuff. So I need to know sort of what I'm doing. Yeah. I think, look, I think rather than budget for stuff that's already been done, I think what I should just do is consider how long I think it will take me to do the rest of the chapters at MVP level. Just briefly. We'll just do this quickly. So like chapter 2, 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Let's just think about this, like environment. Enemies. Bosses. Quests. Characters. Sequences. Like so if we take all of this and we do this and we do this, I guess I could say something like the following. Chapter 3's environments are basically not done at all. And there's probably like one person's 2 months spent on that. Or all the environments, like all of them, all of the tile sets and the background art. Yeah, probably. Enemies. I mean, let's say I have 3 different enemies for each of the ensigns, and there are going to be 4 ensigns. Three available in every chapter. So that's 12 enemies per chapter. That feels like a lot. Okay, half that. 6 enemies per chapter. 6 new enemies per chapter. And each enemy should take 2 weeks. So it's 12. We'll do this in weeks. 8 weeks. Realistically. And these are man hours. These aren't like not a whole team, but one resource for 2 weeks. Bosses in chapter 3, 2 times. Honestly, it's like at least a month. Quests. Oh, chapter 3 doesn't have that many actually. It's mostly the main quest line with a little bit of running around. It's, you know, it's like 6 times, you know, a week maybe, if that, but maybe it's more than that. I don't really know. Characters, I mean, if it's just sprites, let's work it back to characters who have actual, you know, interactions to do, like different animations and stuff. I don't know, maybe core cam. we're deliberately not doing a spreadsheet because this isn't something that we're actually going to be able to track yet. And I haven't decided on a format for any of that stuff. This is just a spitballing, okay? Please. You're killing me, man. I know I know you're teasing me, but please. You know, maybe 10 times a day. And then maybe just like 4 weeks plus, maybe 8 weeks of like something else happening. Okay. So, I mean, and then you could just double this just because of who knows what the hell's going to happen. So like 8 plus 12 is 20 weeks plus, I mean, this is just art, isn't it? Oh, art and scenario. I guess if you take quests out of this, this is just art budget. So now you've got 20 weeks, 28 weeks. Let's throw another 2. Let's make this 2 weeks. 30 weeks. 38 weeks. 38 resource weeks. For art. Eight weeks on environments seems like a long time, but it's probably not. It's probably not weird. That's probably about right. Even this is like super generous. Not generous. Super whatever. Times 2. Let's just, for the sake of it, say it's 76. Man, I know man weeks is weird though. And then you have 2 resources on it. It brings it back down to 38 weeks. Per chapter? Man, that's hard. Wait. Yeah, so we can't afford for this to double. Well, actually, how much time did we say we had? I mean, we were hoping 1, 2, and a couple of months. But even then. So 2x artists plus Adam. Equals well, I just did double it, but and then I doubled it and halved it because I would have 2 people on it. But let's just say it's 76 resource weeks. I suppose I would spend, oh no, well, this is over the proportionately. Should I be doing 1/3 of the art in the game? Probably. So 76 divided by 3. I don't know how to do that. 6, 20, 25? 25 and 1/3? Repeating, of course. Per chapter. Although chapter 5 doesn't have any new enemies in it. So you can cut that out. See you, Trance. Well, maybe I need a third artist. Like, maybe it's just like that. I just add another artist. But let's say it's 25 weeks. That puts us at that puts us at 6 months a chapter. 6 months per chapter. At this estimate. Just for art. Could we bring down the environment budget to... It's like 1.2 weeks. It's a week and a half minimum for a nice tile set and the associated backgrounds and stuff. At least. I don't think I could do everything for an environment from scratch. The tile set, the background, the one-offs inside of the tile set, any additional objects. I couldn't do that in a week and a half. It's 2 weeks minimum. It's 2 weeks minimum. And it's probably 4 of these environments per chapter. Maybe 3. Maybe 3 if you cut it down. But it's probably 4. So it is 8 weeks. Like I really couldn't cut that down any further at the scale that I work at. And then like 6 enemies is it's not even that crazy, but we could cut it down to 5, maybe. It saves us 2 weeks. Well, that's what the enemies includes the moves. It takes 2 weeks to do the enemy and its moves. Hey, Paddleless. How to start game dev with a programming background? Oh, you could just download an engine and get started with the tutorials. If you've got a programming background, then you're fine. Just jump in. Although I've been thinking about doing my own tutorials, so you can stay tuned to my channel and maybe you'll get some there. But they'll be pretty beginner based, and the programming stuff will be pretty simple. So this is just for the artists, and then you've got the quests. You know, any like item sprites and stuff get wrapped up into this as well. I mean, this isn't even, it's not even all of the work, really. Like any animations that live in the quests, you know, anything like that. Any additional mini games, like add those in there. Maybe that's part of special. So let's just say we do the same thing. Let's just say chapter 3 and 4 both take this. That's an entire year on chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 5 is different, but probably the same size. Or hopefully we can reuse a lot of... I mean, chapter 5 doesn't have... it's got like 2 maybe new environments. It's probably going to need... does it have new enemies? I mean, it probably should have at least 4 new enemies, maybe 6. definitely two. I mean, these boss fights might be bigger. Quests, like, there should be quite a few quests, but they might be smaller. The quests don't matter though right now because that's a different scope of work. Characters. All the characters that are in the game will be in the game. Oh, I mean, look, maybe we have 5 new characters in chapter. If we're just mucking around, maybe. And then special, like, probably like 12 weeks of like extra special stuff, like 3 months of like end game cutscenes and all that stuff. Where does that leave us? Not in a great spot, probably. 2, 10, 20. $21, $33. So 66. So it's a year and a half. Each chapter has lots of unique music, yeah. But that's a different thing. This is just art. This is just art. So like, assuming that we did this, it's like, what did we say? 25 weeks, which is 6 months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Basically this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I've always wanted to do 6 months a chapter. I've always wanted that to be the case. I don't think it's feasible. I don't. If I'm now currently saying I don't think it's feasible with this scale, it's definitely not. You know what I mean? If I'm saying that now, given my ability to estimate, which we've already said is not amazing, not because I'm not good at it, but because nobody's good at it, then it's going to be really tough. So what do I do? Throw another artist at it? Like, downscope it? The thing is, like, in order to make this smaller, you basically have to cut out a boss every chapter, which is weird. Because a mini boss and a proper boss is kind of like what I wanted to do. It's kind of like the cadence. The mini boss doesn't have to be crazy, but it doesn't have to be 4 weeks, but it kind of, it's 4 weeks of art, I think, for someone, you know. At least 3, like when I did the spider boss, that was like 3 weeks of animation, you know. Can any of the No. I don't think so. I mean, look, the thing is, if we just take a step back, the game can be whatever I want it to be. The game doesn't have to be anything. You know, if I decide tomorrow that it's a different game, then it's a different game. Are those calculations correct? Probably not. Like, if I said tomorrow the game's going to be 2 chapters, then we could make it 2 chapters. I just don't know if it would be the game that I set out to make. That's all. It's just a question of like, I guess look, at this point, my emotional attachment to what Insignia was going to be when I first started it, I don't have much emotional attachment to that. I'm kind of moving on with my life, you know? I want to like be smart and make good choices. So if it has to be smaller, like I'll give it a go, you know? But I still need it to be, I need it to be a viable product. I need it to be a thing, whatever it is, that sells. And for me to do that, you know, my initial gut reaction is that the 5 chapter plan is still a good plan. So I mean, 4 chapters. It's a much smaller game. I cut out chapter 5 basically. Good games don't need to be long. I know, but it's just... I think 5 is right. Just in terms of the story arcs, like it just kind of fits, but... The thing is, chapter 4 is probably the weakest. It's got the less time put into it, and it's probably the one that has the most... I mean, it would be... Oh, God. It's great. It would be great to keep 4 in there, because there's nothing wrong with 4. It's just that I haven't put time into it yet. It's the kind of like the darker chapter. It's like when things are... It's the Half-Blood Prince chapter, you know, where the hero's kind of a bit all alone, and he's kind of losing sight of his vision, his goal, his quest. If it doesn't have that, then it gets a little weird. Not weird, but it's harder to structure the story. It's the emotional beats are plotted out over 5 chapters. So it's like the first one is like refusal of the call. Second one is like out of the frying pan into the fire kind of thing, like more than you bargained for. The third one is like getting a feel for it and kind of like leaning into the quest. The fourth one is like the like low point before the big triumph moment, like the breaking of the fellowship or whatever you want to call it. And then the 5th one is like everything comes together and you have the big crescendo. So like, I like it. It's just that, yeah, like this is a lot of work. And I don't think I could do this. I don't think I could do 2 animators, two artists for, we've got 18 months worth of work. Okay. If I'm paying them $30 an hour AUD times, and that's part, this is full-time work, what I've described, because we're talking about weeks. Although maybe when no, let's just pretend this is the way that it is. Let's just say it's $30 times 40 hours times 156. That's 200K almost for art. If my budget is 500K, that's what it is here. If you're in Australia, I mean, maybe I could get away with less than that, but $30 Australian an hour is pretty... It's okay. So it's this much money for 2 artists for... Again, you could do... if you got some artists from Argentina or whatever, I'm sure you could spend less. But if it was an Australian team getting paid $30 an hour, this is the art budget. USD, this would be something more like 120. So, yeah, I mean, if my budget is 500K Australian, I don't think it could be 500K Australian. Well, I mean, what did we say? Let's go back for a second. I said art was 200K. with a 500k AUD budget. So actually, this is great. Actually, I'm under budget. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about pixel artists. We're not talking about, like, you know, Silicon Valley programmers. And they're juniors, most of this stuff. So I gotta go, pals. I gotta go. My wife's calling out to me. Thanks, everyone. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Oh, it is doable. I need to get more comfortable with this stuff. She's really calling out to me. She's really unhappy with me. Okay. Thanks, pals. We're going to raid Jitspo. Those of you on YouTube, come join us on Twitch for the raid. Those of you on Twitch, if you want to watch more of my content, go join us on YouTube. For both of you, please consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/AdamCUnis and support the game. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. And until next time.